All right, Tuesday morning, 7 a.m. I am here. Oh shoot, I didn't turn my accounts on. All right, hold on one second. All right, P11 will be the leader, and I will copy the 12 if I get a trade. Very distracted by GameStop this morning, so I'll be watching that. I've got some calls that expire this Friday, and GameStop is up 4% right now, up $1.15. So I'm watching it pretty closely because I do want to decide when I want to sell these options for this week and just collect my profit and not give it back. So I'll be watching that. Here we had a first entry, second entry long that failed right at the previous day close. I was not ready for a trade yet. Just going through the different charts. So GameStop finally making a move, but it's made these early morning moves before, and then it's backed up. And it's into the, Jamie is like into this is Jamie obviously, but it's into the outer Bollinger, actually this one. So I just don't want to hold on to these options for Friday and then have it become worthless again, like some past ones. So I'm going to keep my eye on it pretty close so that if it seems like a good spot to take my money, I will. And I still have other options for the longer play. So approaching the previous day's low. I'm also approaching the midline of the Bollinger on the daily. And GameStop is pulling back. GameStop's already going to fill the gap from the push up this morning. All right, so quite a push down. We're at the previous day low. Wish I was ready for this trade. This would have been good. Pretty big bar, 94 ticks. I mean, this thing is just like dump. No more news today. All the news was at 5:30. This thing's moved down 200 points from the high. Just gonna wait for a setup. Watching GameStop. Alright, so I think Trade-of-8's working for Apex now. So that's good. There's a second entry short here, but I'm not taking that. Right into the previous day low. Already got two obvious legs down. Would have worked. So those are just very sideways here. So it wasn't a consideration for me. I watched enough people on YouTube that just almost blindly like pick a pivot point and put the order there, like, you know, like as if they'd put it here for a buy, and it just drops right through it. Like it works until it doesn't work, right? So they'll win, and the one time it doesn't work, boom, their account's going to be gone because they just never take their loss. So I don't know. You know, I think when they do well, it's like they get payouts, but then they massively blow up accounts, I see. So I find that interesting, but it's like these guys look like a genius until the times it just falls right through it and doesn't work. All right, so definitely in some kind of range here. ATR is still at 71.5 ticks. Pretty big. Yeah, GameStop's holding up pretty well. Didn't close the gap. Still up 4%, over $1 right now. Bearish bar touching that outer Bollinger. I haven't decided I'm going to take those yet, but seems like when it's a breakout of a range, you can take it. I'm going to keep my eye on this and continue to observe them. It's really hard to trade futures when you're watching your options. It's very distracting. I hit the measure move. I'm gonna put this here now. GameStop still pulling back. Looks like it really is going to fill the gap. So it's hard to know when to take your profit. So much easier in futures to take your profit, for me at least, than the longer play. Thing is, all week, GameStop has consistently made a big push up in the morning and then had follow through either later in the day or the next morning. So I don't want to cut out of it too early, even though I've got other options that are still in play and my shares. What's going here? I'm not even paying attention. No idea. All right, so this doesn't really look like a healthy range at this point. It's probably better like that, but I think it just doesn't matter right now. Had an SMA cross. Where are we at on the 2 minute? Maybe a more legit looking range here. Let's see. Doesn't seem like I'd say the bear case is over yet. This could just be one leg down and set up another leg down. Tick chart. Hey Gary, morning. I'm very distracted by GameStop this morning. It's because I've got 2 sets of call options that expire this Friday. So I'm trying to decide when to take my profit. Because last time I was in this boat, I waited too late. Instead of being up like a ton, I gave it all back. So I'm just keeping my eye on things. It's still early in the week. It's Tuesday, so it's like I don't want to take my profit too early, but at the same time, I don't want to just watch it all evaporate. How you doing today? Any trades? I heard I saw a trade of 8 seems to be working again for Apex. Done for the day, nice. Get a win in there, I hope. Cool. Yeah, I'll check it out. Congrats. Right when I started, I saw an entry here for short, but I wasn't really quite ready to trade yet. I had just turned everything on, and I was heavily focused on GameStop, and I saw it, and I wasn't prepared to trade. Would have been a nice one, but man, timing. Yeah, Gary says he's not trading his pending approval accounts today, just waiting. Yeah, I think that's a good idea. You don't want something to mess that up. I just think it's better to wait. I mean, of course, I haven't had a payout to have to wait, but that's what I would do. I would wait. No sense in taking any chances. I've seen too many people blow up their accounts when they're waiting for their payout to be approved. It's not worth it. I'm not really sure what we're doing here. It seems like we're kind of inching higher, but I just wonder if I could say it's like one leg, two legs, which we're almost at. I don't know why I always find it so much easier to take profit on futures than it is to take profit on my options. I get greedy with the options. I want it to go more. I think that's the main thing that's held me back from doing well, like really well in options, is a lot of times I don't take my profit when I have it. And I just watch it wither away. I'm making a pretty strong move here. The other thing I could think is maybe take it from the bottom here. Still hit it. I think today what I'm hoping for is I'll see another push for GameStop, and then what I'd like to see is a push for the highs of the day, and then see what's happening, if it's going to continue to go or if that's going to be resistance, and then just take it off there. But first it has to get there for me to do that. I'm not sure that's really going to be what happens today, because a lot of times it starts off high and then it comes down, it retests, and then it starts to make another push, but it doesn't quite get to the high of the day. And then the next day in the morning, it pushes again. That's what's been going on for the past week. I really would like to get some solid trades on my PE accounts. I think I noticed, I have to check. I think I noticed my days are marked wrong here in my Rhythmic. I'll go to the website and check. I think there's supposed to be one extra day for each of these accounts, 11 and 12. Yeah. According to Apex's records, this has been traded for 18 days. And this has been traded for 12. I'm not sure how I messed that up, but that's how they have it. Hey Gary, if you're still here, what time do you start trading in the morning typically? So market open? Yeah. Yeah, I was doing that for a while when they made the rules harder to take the orb. I kept at it for a little while, but then I just noticed like there's a lot of days where I was just picking the wrong side. And so it felt like, well, if I'm only going to pick the right side half the time or less, maybe it wasn't worth trying to be here for that. Usually done before 10:30. Oh wait, I never go past 11. If I'm trading past that time, it's never good. Usually done before 10:30. Nice. Yeah, it's funny. I think I'm still so asleep in the morning because I'm on the West Coast. So open is 6:30 for me. It's super early for me. It's really hard. By the time I'm getting started, whether I'm starting at 6:30 in the morning for the open or 7, I walk in here, I'm so out of it and tired still, that I'm really typically not ready yet to like make any decisions for trading, which I think makes it more difficult for me. I wish I was on the East Coast just for that one reason. It sounds like I'd do so much better for sure if I could wake up and start, wake up at 9 and then, start trading at 9:30 would be amazing. I'd be up, I'd be feeling good. Gary says, you ever think about trading power hour? I mean, I have. It doesn't, I don't find that it's the best time of day for me. Best time of day for me is usually like now, between now and the next 2 hours, for whatever reason. Maybe just because price is a little bit more stable, and I feel like it has a little bit more of a structure built based on earlier in the day, and you can kind of see where things are probably going toward. But yeah, I don't know. Usually, actually, power hour, I've done the worst. I think I've done my worst at power hour. Just not really sure what to expect here because kind of seems like we're gonna head back down. Feeling a little bit bearish. So I didn't take this long right here. We already had 2 legs up with a third leg up. Looks like the long would have worked. I don't really have like a thought about where the market's going. There's kind of like this uptrend, right? That was off the midline. But we've already got 2 legs up, a 3rd leg up. Sometimes those don't work out. Did this time. I really like my favorite setup right now is when price just pushes right through the midline from the bottom and then gives me like either a second entry long or a failure or around or before the midline in the same direction. I have a lot of confidence in those for some reason. I'm just going to be patient. Is that a trade I should take? I don't think so. Went through it, already tested midline a few times. I don't know. Gary says I had to lose money on the 50Ks today to bring the consistency down a bit. Quite ridiculous. Yeah, I hate the thought of doing that. I really hate doing that. I understand the reason to do it, but like when you start having to like manipulate your account like that, just more room for error, something going wrong, not according to schedule, messing it up even more in one way or the other. I hate that rule. I hate that there's a rule that makes people feel that they should do that to their accounts. You know, it's for all the talk about, you know, the reason for the rules, and then they're, you know, it's counterproductive. I don't know. Just another way how things are slanted towards the prop firms. Forget who it was, someone I was talking with or someone in a Discord, or I forget who it was. Somebody was like losing money on purpose in their account because they didn't want to be over the consistency rule for the day. And they somehow managed to get into another winner. They kept waiting for it to pull back. It didn't pull back, and they just kept making more money. And then they had an even bigger surplus for the consistency rule. Not really clear to me what we're doing here. It's weird. We had the strong move down. Now we have this kind of like creeping up thing going on. But I have a feeling here on the 2-minute we had the cross of the SMAs. I have a feeling it's going to be kind of resistance up here if it gets there. Let's see, just barely over the midline here. That's on the 5-minute. Way overshot here on the 15-minute. So yeah, just not completely clear to me right now. Like my own observation of myself is when I have like a pretty decent theory as to what the market's trying to do, and then a setup comes that fits within the context of that, I tend to do well. When I feel like I'm not really sure what the market's trying to do, and then a setup comes and I just take it, I tend to lose. So that's the hard thing. Like, so with a trade like this, like I already had the 2 legs up, and you know, so my thinking was, okay, the upside's probably over. We had a big leg down. Maybe we'll have another big leg down. So I couldn't take this trade. You can see now we've moved down a little bit. Just it came after that long actually would have worked. But it wasn't like I was wrong. Like even though the long worked, like it worked just enough before it started going the other direction. So it was kind of like I was kind of right about my context so far. But yet the setup would have worked that time. That's why this shit is hard for me, yo. All right, so this is setting up a second entry long. I'm not going to take that. This one ticked right over here. It's an inside bar too. Make this a little bit bigger. All right, GameStop trying to make another push. Really want to see it test the highs of today and then make a decision on these calls for Friday. I know I can like let it run another day or two. Ideally, it'd just be one more day. But man, I'm really what the word is it? PTSD for having these shorter term options that are well in the profit, and then overnight I just didn't take my profit, and then it's all gone. It expires worthless. There was a failure here. I can't take that right into the SMA and the bottom Bollingers. Take this off. All right, so that failure did work. Just, even though I was thinking downside, just there's always like something to keep me out of a trade. Kind of like it better here. First entry short, second entry short. Still, even that looks kind of suspect. So traps and then traps. Interesting. Gary says it's better to be out wishing you were in than be in wishing you were out every time. That's a good point, Gary. That is a good point. Yeah, I gotta try to keep that in mind, right? Because it's true. I mean, the thing too with these short dated call options that I do, I kind of, especially on this GameStop play, I do a combination of strategies. So I have like longer term call options, and then I have shares. So that's for like the longer play, and then I buy these shorter term call options for near term expirations to try to get like a good percentage win on my money, like an outsized percentage win. But it's not like big money because I do those with like smaller capital. Yeah, so it's like the reality is if they expire worthless, they're kind of like almost lottery tickets because it's not like I'm losing a lot of money. Talking a couple $100 for each one at tops. But if you hold it just right, you turn a couple $100 into over 1,000, 5 times your money, something like that. And if you're talking about and if we're talking about futures, you're right, because on futures, currently the ATR is 66 ticks. So what is that? 20-point candles. like 24-point candles, something like that. So yeah, you're right. He says these are 50-point candles, count killers if you're wrong, at least on the 5 minutes. So yeah, it's like half that on the 1 minute. But you're absolutely correct. It's like you gotta be really precise, right? Otherwise you could do a lot of harm. I did lower my trades down to 1 contract now, just to be really on the safe side of things. Just until I either build more confidence or I feel like the market is doing things that I recognize a little bit better. So my wins will be smaller, but my losses will be smaller. So I figured that was something worth doing for at least a little while. Doesn't really look very legit, does it? But I do know that there is this pretty significant resistance currently. And here's a case where we had a strong move through the midline of the Bollinger. Looks like we're breaking out of this resistance. All right, Gary, thanks for coming by. Have a good lunch. Congrats on your successful day. I'll talk to you later. Oh, I'm gonna move up. So what are we doing? Really just got no read on this market right now. See what happens here at the 200 SMA. I feel like just lately, ever since we got into these all-time highs, I just really am not getting a read a lot of times. It'll be like times during the day where I either have a read on like getting setups or I don't have a read, but I'm getting setups and can't take them because I don't have a read. I need the whole puzzle to come together at the same time. I've just been with my daughter for a little bit here. All right. So, has second entry short up here. Kind of first entry, I don't know, kind of convoluted. This market is a little difficult to read. We're pushing up, pushing down. I think we had, I look at it as 2 legs down. Basically got there. And then one leg up. So expect maybe a second leg up. Maybe there's some kind of range setting up like this, but it's really not very clear. I'm going to take that off. Have a new high, first entry, second entry. Do I like it? Just take that right there. Just take it. Just because it was right at the SMA and the inside Bollinger. Take it where it's safe. So, got 5.5 points. So, trade 1, PA 11, 12. Like some resistance there. See what happens, but I like where I took it. 5.5 points is 22 ticks. Yeah, I'm just gonna say bye to my daughter. She goes to school. right. Just realized there's a message there. All right, so I obviously got a little bit less on PA12, but 22 ticks. And it started to go against me. It would have never taken me out of that trade, but I'm happy with where I came out of it. I think I did the right thing, even though I have a measured move. I took it out right at the SMA and peeking out of the Bollinger, and you could see it was resistance and came back a little bit before now, making this other push. So I think I did the right thing there. I think I did not update this. Okay, and that means it's day 19 and 13 on these accounts. And so one trade, $192 between the two accounts. And still below the starting balance here, up to 700 here. I mean, you know, $100, $86. It's not much, but I need to be able to build my confidence in taking these sorts of trades. I entered this a little bit late. It still worked out. And I don't see myself having gotten any more than what I got on this particular trade, the way it played out. So I'm happy with that. And we'll see what comes next. I think what I'm finding is just when I find the legs, like if I find two legs in a direction and then I find a leg in the other direction, like that's where I'm looking for a setup to go in the other direction. I think that's what's kind of working best for me right now. And sometimes it's just not clear to find those legs. And when it's not clear, I got to just chill and not do anything. But when I see something and it makes sense to me and there's room, then that's when I want to take it. Also, there was this resistance here as well. So I was taking it into some potential resistance, but just based on my read, I felt like I wasn't too concerned about that. And also, if you look at it, I'm more concerned when it's like the body open and the body close are like equal to each other, but these are offset. So to me, that's not like hard resistance. All right, so one trade in the books, and then just be patient and wait and see if I get another one. Right, so here's another situation where it's like a first entry, second entry setting up. I already reached the measured move, 2 legs up. So now I'm waiting, not trusting longs at this point. I already had a touch on the outside 3 deviation Bollinger, so many times where that'll happen and we'll come all the way back down here. So we'll see. It's actually kind of like what happened on my GameStop today. Open, went outside of the 3rd deviation of the Bollinger, and then it came all the way back after the bulge tightened, came all the way back to the bottom. Everything I would think now, pretty clear. I was going to say if this was a second entry long that triggered, could have maybe thought about taking a short, but now, well, we'll have to see what happens with this. All right, so here's second entry long. Not so sure about taking a short after the doji. See where it closes. Yeah, so you can make an argument to put it like that. Second entry long, more than worked. Definitely wasn't looking for a long. Maybe I should have been because it almost touched this, but it was like the first test since over here. But what I would think, if I got one leg up, what I would think is we do something like this. But we'll see. If it gets much higher than this, then maybe not. Still at this point, wouldn't just take a straight up failure. Have to be like a second entry to the short side. So starting to do what I kind of have in mind. I'm not sure I'm going to get a trade in this the way it looks. This could still just turn into like a high or low situation. I looked at the 2 minute in a while. Yeah, it's just pretty tight. It's a 5 minute. To me, this is more telling. I feel like this goes to what I'm thinking too. It's more bearish. Testing the midline for the first time after dropping right through it. First entry long, second entry long, failure under here. So it's making me feel we're going to the low side. But I don't see any setups so far. And Bollinger's getting pretty tight here on the 2 minute. So expecting a bulge one way or the other. Maybe it'll be to the downside. It's also, could argue one leg down, 2 legs down with a 2 leg up correction. I wouldn't be surprised by that. So looking at the 2 minute chart, new high, first entry long, maybe a second entry long that triggers and fails. Which potentially could be a first entry, second entry short too here. See if it sets up. How big's this? It's only 37 ticks there. I haven't traded off the 2 minute before. Maybe it's just not even gonna set it up. Still a minute and a half though. What are we doing here? Kind of like, count this as a low, first entry, second entry, low or high. Yeah. Here it's not giving me any setup. 2 minute, not giving a setup either. Other low or high, but I'm not taking that. But it's going where I thought without the setup. There it goes. So it didn't give me a setup for the trade, but I had the right idea. And that makes me feel at least like I'm seeing things clearly. GameStop had its pullback. I'm hoping that's kind of the low of the day. It still hasn't filled the gap, so it could be more to the downside. It's still up overall, almost 2.25%, something like that. Look at this. So, you know, when I was talking about wanting to take the failure of the second entry long, it was the right idea. Just didn't set up in the place where I wanted it. And it led to a pretty good sell-off. So sometimes just me seeing that I'm reading the market correctly, even though I don't get a chance to profit off of it, just makes me like go, okay, you know what you're doing. Just keep doing what you're doing. Don't worry about, you know, these numbers over here. Just worry about following the process, taking the trades I'm supposed to take, and just reading the market and taking setups that come to me, and not trying to force something or guess or say, you know, I'm not sure what it's doing, but I have a setup, so I'm just going to take it anyway. It's being a slow process for me, but right now this is what works for me. And then obviously the idea is, as I really lock it in and can feel really confident that I can trust myself to not take stupid trades, then I can just up the contracts at some point, you know. But right now I'm down to one contract and just trying to be smart about it. In fact, talking about trying to be smart about it, I'm just going to switch accounts and lock in these profits on these accounts. Or at least I'll lock in profits on 11. How about that? Here, I'm going to turn this off for a second. I'm going to switch accounts. Not trade with 11. I'll trade with 12. So I'll go to account 12 is my leader, and then I'll start copying 13. right? So I'll lock in the $106 profit on account 11. And then we'll see if I can start working on 2 others. And it's just going to be a slow process toward payouts, but this is what I feel like I need to do to give myself the best chance. All right, and this is that leg that I marked off on the 2-minute, which definitely seems like that's where we're headed. So it was on the 2-minute that I marked it, yeah. Here's the 2-minute, I had already marked it. So it seems like that's potentially the destination. Which means on the daily, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised, middle Bollinger, midline of this trend up. Seems like a reasonable conclusion. Whether we get there or not, who knows, but we'll see what happens. All right. So looking for the bigger moves still potentially. First entry long, second entry long on the 2-minute could be failing, but right into the Bollingers. I don't know how I feel about that. Right at potential support right here. Doesn't seem like a great place to take a failure. At least not the safest place. Maybe it's going to work, but yeah, wow. So these are things I'm going to be tracking as I move forward. Now that I have a 2-minute on here that is brand new, When did I put the 2-minute on? Like the end of last week on Friday. So look, failure right there. I haven't seen these happen a lot, like going right into these Bollingers, so I got to think about that. But I mean, it fits my thesis about where the market was going. So no setup on the 1-minute, but on the 2-minute, I like that. 111 tick bar right into potential support. So probably not the highest probability trade, but it would have paid off nicely if I took it. Yeah, this is all the same story. 1 leg, 2 legs. It's just the expectation at this point. So I don't really see much value in the 15 and the 60 so far. Other maybe the bigger levels from day to day. So we'll see. But I kind of like this 2-minute. It's kind of interesting. It's more helpful than the 5-minute to me. And still plan is to just trade off the 1-minute for the most part. I wonder if I should be measuring this. What happens if I measure this to here? Where does it take me if I measure that? It's above the other one. So that might be a good first target. Not that far away from it already. So yeah, trading one contract, trading this way, it's going to be a really slow burn to profitability. But I've got to do what I've got to do, because it really is at a certain point just a game of psychology and confidence. And this trade could be worth whatever I want it to be. It could be worth double, triple what I got off of it. Like, that's just a matter of contracts being traded. But the key for me is what trades I'm taking. Stacking up pretty good here. Right off the previous day's, what is it? Previous day's low. First entry. The first test of the midline since it went up and came back down. Came up short here. See how this closes. Not quite what I was looking for there. All right, triggers a second entry short. No setup for me. Not looking to go long if it fails. I won't be surprised if it comes back down, but I also won't be surprised if it tries to trap up and then traps the other way. So just be patient here. So it's coming. There's no way for me to enter that. Nothing on the 2 minute. Just looking bearish on the 5. All right, just talking to my wife there. She's got back from taking my daughter to school. All right, we're still looking for 2 targets to the downside, but being aware of this potential support area. At this point, I'm actually going to go to here. I think that makes more sense. All right, still, well, it's first entry, second entry short engulfing on the 2 minute, but doesn't look like a good setup. I know there's potential support here. It's not very far away. We'll have to see if I actually end up taking trades off the 2 minute or not. I mean, this one was not bad, the failure. Gotta watch it more though. It's still so new to me. I'm pretty used to the 1 minute, but definitely gotta see what I think about the 2 minute. So here we got a new low, first entry, second entry short. It's kind of like a lower high. Not a whole lot of room. Why it won't let me choose this. I mean, there's 5 points there, even 6 points. Maybe that's a trade I could have considered. Too late now, just because I have this measured move that we're still expecting with room to the potential support here. Not a bad trade. It kind of a little convoluted because second entry short, but then there's, it already kind of was a lower high from this one. So it's not like a straight up setup. Here we go. Outside Bollinger. Doesn't look like it's really respecting that. See what happens on the 2 minute here. bottom Bollinger rounding out, so it makes you feel like there'll be another move up before a move down if it happens. All right, so official word from Apex, I guess it was a while ago, 2 hours ago, that Trade-O-Vate is up and running and working, and you can buy new accounts for Trade-O-Vate. So I turned that off for a little bit there. All right. So still staying within the range here on 2 minute. Here's the 1 minute. I won't be surprised if we just kind of slowly creep down to this, but doubtful for any entries down here. GameStop's trying to start pushing again. Up 85 cents, over 3%. But, you know, yesterday I wanted it to close at above 27. It closed at 27 on the dot. I was thinking today I want it to close above 28. And would love to see it get to 30 by Wednesday or Thursday. If not, just a hyperbolic move to the upside. I put sell orders on my Friday expirations, but it's basically got to like move up a pretty significant amount still before those orders will close out the trade. So looking for still upside profit potential from where it's at. Quite a move up here, so maybe we're not going to reach these measured moves. We'll see. I think if it takes out this, then we're not going to, well, it's hard to say. These are still the bigger one, but maybe this is more like this. 2 minute. I mean, the way this is reacting, it's kind of indicating maybe we're not going to get to this measured move, but we'll see. GameStop trying to get to 28 again. High of the day was 28.67. Ooh. Not too sure what to think here. It's kind of like a second entry short if you make these, count these as the low, first entry. It's just not looking quite right about here. Just a first entry here on the 2 minute. If I were to take the 5 minute and put this on, I think that's reasonable. So I don't like that on my 1 minute or 2 minute chart, but I'll put it on the 5 minute just to have an idea. Minute chart, setting up a second entry short, engulfing. A lot of room. Consider it, but not on engulfing it. It would have to close. Have to close and let me get in. The 1 minute second entry short right there. Kind of sideways. So here's the engulfing. So I'd want it to close up here and give me room to trade it down, but I don't want to trade engulfing. I don't like how sideways it is on the 1 minute. How much room is this? 8.25 points. Big bar. It's so far down. It's gonna work right away. Yeah, I gotta get more comfortable in that situation. That's a good trade. I didn't like it on the 1 minute. I definitely liked it better on the 2 minute, but I haven't traded on the 2 minute yet. And with it being a 94 tick bar, I mean, I would have had no heat on that trade. It would have just worked, but a little low. I mean, it was like just enough room. 6.5 points. So that would have been a good trade. I like that trade better than the 1 minute. So hey, maybe this 2 minute thing, maybe it's good that I've decided to put it on my charts. I'll just keep tracking it, and maybe at some point I'll start trying to trade it. It's very close to trading it right there. Very, very close to taking that. Now you got a second entry long the other direction on the 2 minute. Same on the 1 minute. I don't like it on the 1 minute. The 2 minute, it's kind of a triple test too. Getting huge bar on the 2 minute. The bars are too big. I mean, 82 ATR, 82 tick. Still expecting this low. Where was that trend? It's way too high for me to take a second entry long on the 2 minute on a 116 tick bar. So I don't know. I mean, these bars are really big. I don't think I could trade the 2 minute taking on that much risk. Too high. In the middle. Definite range. Obviously the second entry long worked on this, so interesting, works both ways on the 2 minute. So really starting to look like it's not going to hit these measured moves. It's tried once, twice, 3 times, not getting there on the 5 minute or so. This is going to be the last line of defense, I think, for the downtrend. We'll see what happens. Testing the midline of the Bollinger. It's already tested it once, so we'll see. Right. Lines up with the trend line. If it gets much higher, it wipes off this possibility of this second entry, or this second leg down. So, very important area here. GameStop back over 28. we got here. Let's see where we are on that 5 minute. Or 2.5 minutes to see what this does. There's a new low here. First entry could be a second entry short. Not that I'd love the way it's set up in there, and not that I'm going to take the trade based off the 5 minute. But let me take that off. All right, so looks like we weren't able to get to this measured move, which makes me think possibly going higher. This doesn't seem to be reacting here now. Although, I mean, this looks pretty legitimate. So even if it breaks, I'd expect a retest of the low. Let's see. Try to just focus on the 1 minute. All right, strong move up. Interesting. Closed out of this thing. All right, so a new low here. There's a first entry short here. Kind of interesting to see what happens here, but this thing somewhat like a strong push through the midline of the Bollinger. It's not exactly right because there was this little stall on the one candle here. So not sure that I'm comfortable taking a short. The midline here on the 15. I mean, I gotta be honest with myself and say that I'm not really sure what the market's doing at this moment. So I gotta just chill until I have a better idea. wonder what happened if I... It's better. Make this look better. Let's see. Let's see. What am I looking at here? There we go. Looks a little bit better, I think, less blurry. Cool. All right, second entry short triggers on the 1 minute. No setup. Right at the 200 SMA. Set up here, 5 minute. Not seeing anything. All right, well, just still not clear to me what to expect here. All right, are we still gonna take this one off? Wasn't able to get there. But are we still gonna go for this? It's still on the table. All right, what do we got going on here? It's not a whole lot. It's just the first entry long there. Just look at the tick chart. I mean, it's pretty low volume. Look at this, where I took my trade earlier on the tick chart. The first entry, second entry short right after my trade that failed. Worked for a long. Just opportunities on different charts, depending on what you're watching. First entry long, second entry long. Yeah. No idea what's happening here. All I want to see is GameStop go to 30 plus. Is that too much to ask? We're at 28-ish. Did I just mess that up? Fix that again. All right, I don't have a whole lot to say about what's going on at the moment, so I'm just going to turn off my mic. But if something goes on, I'll talk about it. There's a new high here. There's a first entry. If there's a second entry long up here, I'm not going to take that because I still think that it's going to try to break above and then fail. But I'll have to judge it when I see it. But I'm not looking for a long right here. I don't trust it. Although the other thing you could argue is one leg up, two legs up, right? So you could argue this. But I'm not going to take a trade into the 200 SMA. So we'll see. It's entirely possible that we try to get to this second leg down, measured move 1, 2, 3 times, and it's just not going to happen. Or this will fail to the upside, and then that'll make it move down. So one way or the other, I got to wait and see. All right. So right now we've got this new low. There's a first entry short. There's a new high. There's a first entry long. We've got the 200 SMA pink line. On the 5-minute, we had a break of what looks like a down channel. We had the 50 cross the 200 up here. So we've got the 50 nearby, potential resistance. There's resistance here. I think it might make a push up, hit this resistance, which is the upper of the Bollinger on the 5, and then come down. But on the 2-minute, it's kind of the same scenario. You got a first entry long so far. You got a second entry short. No setup. So if this takes out this level, and the other thing, depending on where this goes, right? This could be on level 2 legs. And then it could potentially push, which lines up, funny enough, with the previous day low. So there's kind of like mixed bag of possibilities as far as what I'm seeing. gotta feed the dogs soon, so and take them out. So getting a little, I can feel my patience getting a little bit worn. So I'm gonna wait a couple minutes to see how this plays out, and then I'm gonna feed my dogs depending on what happens here. This is a second entry long setting up on the 1 minute. I don't trust it. It's also setting up on the 2 minute. Kind of interesting on the 2 minute if it's above the 50. All right, so let's take this off for now. See it this way. And based on the Bollingers on the 2 minute, makes me think second entry long, maybe. If it were to come back up, but that's a long way to come back up at this point. So I gotta stop looking at the 2 for now. At the measured move of 2 legs down there, that could be the middle. Could be the middle of this pattern. It really could be something like that. I don't like the way the Bollingers are bulging, because it makes me think downside could be continuous. All right, GameStop is moving 28.22. So it looks like GameStop's going to try to make a move to retest the high, 28.66. All right, there's a second entry long. I mean, it pierced both Bollingers. So tempting. Off the previous day low. It's really tempting, but I just have this weird feeling about the short. Here, the 2 minute, it's about to set up to right underneath the 50. All right, this is already working. That was really tempting right off the 50. Yeah. I feel like that should have been a trade. I don't know why I'm so still thinking about the shorts, like not trusting the long here. That would have been a good trade. So I think there's just a lot of confluence here, right? We got the previous day low, we got the 50, got the 2 Bollingers being tagged. I think that was a safe trade to take. I like it less on the 2 minute. The 2 minute looks like it can fail. The beginning of the bulge. So interesting. On the 1 minute, I think it's definitely a good enough trade to take for the long, for a scout. On the 2 minute, I definitely wouldn't have liked it. And I don't like the failure here on the 1 minute, but the failure on the 2 minute might be interesting if it happens. So it's it's possible I'm right in both directions. I mean, right to not trust the long even though it worked. In the 1 minute. Let's see. Doesn't look like it's going to set up a higher low. Failure here on the 2 minute. I gotta see the 2 minute more before I take something like this. Definitely triggered underneath there, but going right into the Bollinger. It is starting to bulge a little bit, so I won't be surprised if the short works, but I'm still expecting a new low from here. I don't know, it's just confusing. Higher low trying to set up on the 1 minute. Doesn't look very strong. Not good enough for higher low. The 50's holding. A double trap. This could set up a higher low on the 2 minute from the second entry. Give an entry up here. GameStop's pushing 28.40. Things are looking really good. All right, GameStop making a move. Trying to test the high of the day, 28.66. It's at 28.45. So I'm actually keeping my eye on this now because I got potential to make way more money than I do over here at the moment. Still just confusion for me over here. So, second entry long, no higher low to play off of. Kind of biting myself for not taking that second entry long. 64 tick bar, I mean, it's pretty risky. But there was a lot of confluence. I mean, pierced the outer edge of the Bollingers, resting right on the top of the 50. It's the first test of the 50 since it broke out of it. I think if I was paying more attention, I probably would have taken that long. I was still being blinded by this bigger measured move down, but I think what I said earlier is right, that it tried once, twice, 3 times already to get there. Should not even be thinking about that anymore. Should just be thinking about the tighter picture and 2 perfect legs down. I think I really should have considered that trade a little bit stronger. Also, could have been measured up like that. It's 2 legs up, went a little further, and then 2 legs down. So, all right, I think what I'm going to do, considering I'm just a little confused in this area, is I'm going to go feed my dogs, take a breath, get some fresh air outside when I take them out, and I'll come back. In the meantime, try not to be too much of a trigger finger on closing my options on GameStop for Friday, because the way this is moving, I mean, I really think it could get to 29 or 30, maybe not today, but tomorrow. So I don't want to cut it off too quick. I'm up a nice size amount right now. The problem is every time I'm up a nice size amount, I leave them open overnight. It all disappears by the time the morning opens. So just going to continue to monitor it. So definitely don't want to give all the gains back. I was thinking I'd close it by Wednesday, so tomorrow. But I told myself if it makes a really good push today, to close it today, it's up 4.5%. So I was thinking in the 29 to 30 range is where I got to seriously consider closing those calls for GameStop today. Right now it's hovering around 28.25. All right, I'm going to take care of my dogs. I'll be back 15 to 20 minutes, and then we'll see if I'm going to keep trading or not. Turn off my screen real quick just to turn my accounts off. us selling. I really have this suspicion that we are coming back down to this. I really do. First entry long, it's going to, I mean, it's 5-minute chart. It's also first entry short, second entry short, lower high, right into the previous day low. That lower high might be good though. I mean, maybe it already was. Yeah, it's a 5-minute chart. I already went 11 points below that. 77 tick bar. And the 2-minute. The 1-minute. I don't know. This seems really confusing for me. So let me go ahead and follow through with my game plan. Go take care of my dogs and come back. They need to eat. They need to go out. All right. I'll be back. back. Here's GameStop, still at 28.25 right now. What did I miss over here? Actually, let's turn that off. Let me reload my account. So I was going to trade account 12 and copy to 13 if I get another trade. So yeah, it's really just not chosen a direction. I mean, you can actually take this and say this hasn't gone there either. So it's not clear to me. Here we have first entry, second entry here, inside bar. I don't think I've missed anything that I would have taken. I don't remember exactly when I left, but like around here. I don't see anything. Right, so this is going to be 2 legs. Haven't looked at the 2-minute. The 5. Getting right up to that 50. Be the second test of the 50 SMA here.
Looks like we're going to get this measured move. No setup. Couldn't quite make this measured move. Selling off again. Just turning into one of those days again. It's already 11. I used to be done trading a half hour ago. I've been trading longer these days. It's not really paying off for the time I'm spending on it. see. Anybody have an idea what this market's trying to do? Still seems like it's gonna try to work towards this somehow, but yeah, look at the daily. It's a daily, yeah, I mean, there's still a little room to the midline, both the Bollinger and the midline of this trend. We already went the 2 legs up, so it's a 3rd leg up. To me, it makes more sense to come back down than go back up here. We already poked out of the Bollinger up here on the daily. Good idea. Here we go. Midline here is keeping it down. We're at the 50. There's a 2-minute. I don't know. Still feeling bearish. There's an argument that could be made for this. 1 leg, 2 legs. Possible. I think I decided what I'm going to do with my GameStop options for Friday. I realized that I have 2 separate ones. I have a 30 strike, and I have 2 calls for the 30 strike, and then I have 1 call on the 25 strike. So if I sell the 25 strike, it'll pay for the 2 at 30 strike. So that essentially becomes a free roll on those particular call options. So I'm trying to just get a little bit more than the profit needed to pay for that one, or those 2. And then that way I'll still have 2 calls for Friday on GameStop, but I'll sell one of them. And it makes it, if I lose all, if they become, if they expire worthless for whatever reason, I'll be break even between those 2 positions. So basically making it so I can't lose between those call options. Actually, if I get filled where I'm trying to get filled, I'll actually be slightly green no matter what happens. All right, so there's first entry, second entry long. That triggered off this. I'm not going to take that. There's also a potential second entry short forming. It's just really confusing. It's such a small bar. 16 ticks. But it's so sideways and small. It's not a strong position. But I don't want to go short into this either. So it could just double trap for I know, make this measured move up. Any insight from the 2-minute? first entry long. If it looks like tick below, if it goes long, it'll be a second entry long there too. It's kind of weird. Don't like how these are curling. So if you went long above that, just hit your stop there if you put it there. It's just trapping both ways. I won't go into that. Yeah. Just not liking where a lot of these setups are coming from. So the other thing you could look at is 2 legs down this way. If I look at 1 leg, 2 legs, came just shy of that. 2 legs down, got the bigger 2 legs down still. 5 minute turning down at the 50 looks like. Really tight Bollinger on the 5. It's just been bearish all day on the hourly. It's an interesting day. And today it's really stayed within the outer Bollinger. Like a couple wicks, but no like body closes outside of it. Barely, almost here. Every time it's wicked, it ended up going for a scalp. Just trying to pay attention to that. And that outer Bollinger. So reach, measure, move again here. It's been pretty sideways for quite some time. Is that measured move still? GameStop's down under 28 again, just barely. 27.95. Definitely want to see a close above 28 today. Would really love to see a close above 29. Yesterday it closed at 27. Oh. I guess this agreed with the measured move. You know what? I think I'm just going to call it. I think I'm good. I'm happy with the day. I'm tired. 80% continues. All the same promos for Apex. So that goes on to the end of the month. Plenty of time to get new accounts. And, only $192 between the two accounts. One trade. But I took the trade that I liked. And I haven't really seen anything else. And I'm just kind of worn out. So been getting in the habit of trading later lately, and I really just don't want to. So I'm gonna call it here and be back at it tomorrow around the same time, a little after market open, probably 15 to 30 minutes after the market open typically. All right. So yeah, my one trade today, just a quick little review. Just had a measured leg up, looking for another measured leg up, had a first entry, second entry long. It was also a first entry, second entry short failure. So it was Pikachu and just enough room. And yeah, took 22 ticks, took it right at the Bollinger where it meets the 50 SMA. And yeah, it's probably about as much as I could have gotten. So if I left my my original target. I could have got the 26 ticks, but I was trying to go for more than that, but giving myself a chance to go for more than that, but locking in what I could lock in. And that was my one trade. And then, yeah, just kind of hard to read after that for me, much of this. So, all right, I'm out of here. Thanks for watching. I'll be back tomorrow. Hope you'll like and subscribe if you haven't already. And hope you have a good trading day.